Other stuff, that's all I got. Employees covered by the collective bargain agreement.
I'll move it.
Scott,
Aye.
Capron.
Aye.
Gretkin,
Aye.
Moore,
Aye.
Redding.
Aye.
I'll make a motion, we go into closed session, the city council discuss strategy with council about matters where litigation is imminent because public disclosure
Merci.
would be likely to prejudice or disadvantage the
Thank you very
position of the
much.
city in that litigation.
Second. And Sandy. and
Capron.
you.
Yep.
Gretkin,
Aye.
Moore,
Aye.
Redding,
Aye.
Scott,
Abstain, I think it's a client of mine.
You had a third one because of sports commission. Can I use that for Jaden since you're giving me a hard time since you didn't
Well,
take that?
still abstain.
Okay, but, I got it for somebody else, but,
Doesn't matter.
I mean, it's, hey, if I don't need it, I'll give it right back to you. All right. What's up? Oh,
I stopped over to see them. They were on some other. Oh, you said yeah, on Sunday.
Those guys.
This-
I'm just closing. You done with it?
I move we return to open session.
Second.
Gretkin,
Aye.
Moore.
Aye.
Reddick,
All right,
Scott,
Aye.
Capron,
hi.
move to adjourn the closed session.
Second.
Moore,
Aye.
Reddick,
All right.
Scott,
Aye.
Capron,
Aye.
Gretkin,
Aye.
Call the roll, please. The
Moore.
price you're gonna pay.
Here.
Reddick,
Here.
Scott,
Here.
Capron,
Here.
Gretkin,
Here.
Can we stand for a moment of silent prayer followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Okay.
Amen. I pledge allegiance I have a couple proclamations, but before I do that, I have a young lady job shadowing me today. My wife, when she was very young, used to babysit Sophia Salem, and so she's here today to see how the council works, so be nice.
Be nice to the mayor today.
Yeah.
We're nice to you every
Welcome.
week.
We're gonna welcome,
Roxanne Smith.
gonna welcome.
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm great. We have a proclamation for you that reads, whereas the month of March has been designated as National Problem Gambling Month, and whereas problem gambling is a public health
agenda? I
issue
think I
affecting
brought it.
millions of Americans of all ages, races, and ethnic backgrounds. Problem gambling has a significant societal and economic cost for individuals, families, businesses, and
Well, won't
communities.
it be on your website?
And whereas problem gambling is treatable and the treatment is effective in minimizing this harm to both individuals and society as a whole. Numerous individuals, professionals, and organizations have dedicated their efforts to the education of the public about problem gambling and the availability and effectiveness of the treatment.
How far back are you?
Whereas Jackson Recovery Centers invite all residents of the Sioux City area to
No, I have it at
participate in
home.
National Problem Gambling Awareness Month. Now therefore, I, Robert E. Scott, Mayor of the City of Sioux City, Iowa, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim 2016 as Problem Gambling Awareness Month in Sioux City, and encourage all of our citizens to support the National Council on Problem Gambling and Jackson Recovery Center in their efforts to have the conversation with friends, family, patients, and clients about gambling addiction. Senator Susan, ask you to say a few words.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Scott. I'd just like to say for most Siouxlanders, problem gambling is not a problem. But for percent of our population, it's a very serious problem. The Iowa Department of Public Health gives us information that indicates that 294,000 Iowans struggled with problem gambling last year. Only about 600 people were able to receive treatment though. And so we want to get the word out there that our licensed casinos are mandated to provide funding for treatment and for assessments. So all evaluations for Iowa residents are free. People can access this information by either calling Jackson or they can call 1-800-BETS-OFF. That's always really easy to remember. And 90% of the treatment is paid for those funds that come from our licensed casinos too. So that's, we're just trying to have the conversation. So thanks so much, I really appreciate it.
Next is for Jennifer McCabe. Here, come on up, Jennifer. And we have a proclamation that reads, whereas brain injury is among the nation's most significant public health concerns, it is the leading cause of death and disability in young Americans, and yet is largely preventable. Brain injury is a serious public health epidemic of Americans living with long-term disability. And whereas an estimated 2.4 million children and adults in the U.S. sustain a traumatic brain injury, and another 795,000 individuals sustain an acquired brain injury from non-traumatic causes each year, currently more than 3.1 million children and adults in the U.S. are living with a lifelong disability as a result of traumatic brain injury. And whereas September 11, 2001, soldiers have reported symptoms related to a concussion brain injury, including slowed thinking, memory loss, sleep disturbance, attention, and concentration deficits. And brain injury is the leading cause of disability among soldiers returning to our communities. Whereas a concussion is a serious brain injury that can occur without loss of consciousness and can occur in any part in any sport. Recognition and proper management of concussions when they first occur can help prevent further injuries or even death, as many as 3.8 million sports and recreation-related concussions occur in the United States each year. Now, therefore, I, Robert E. Scott, Mayor of the City of Sioux City, Iowa, on behalf of the Council, do hereby proclaim March 2016 as National Brain Injury Awareness Month in Sioux City, Iowa, and encourage all citizens to help enhance public awareness of traumatic brain injury, and salute the mission of the Brain Injury Association of Iowa. I present this to you and say a few words too, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, this is Brain Injury Awareness Month, and Opportunities Unlimited for nearly 25 years has supporting individuals in our community who have been affected by traumatic brain injury, spinal cord injury, and other special needs. We support nearly 200 individuals each year through our various programs, and we're very dedicated to helping those who have been affected by brain injury become as independent as possible. And that level of independency does look a little bit different for each person that we provide services to. In the state of Iowa alone, approximately 95,000 people have been affected by brain injury, which is a statistic that I think surprises most individuals. And we are really trying to do our best to make sure that those in Northwest Iowa in particular have great services. I think it's great that we're able to offer some of these programs right here in our own backyard, so that families don't have to travel great distances to access some of these services. Not only do we feel that taking care of those who have been affected is important for the work that we do, but we also are very dedicated to talking about prevention. And for 10 years now, we have implemented a program called Got a Grade, Get a Helmet, in which we have a curriculum that is shared to second grade students across the Sioux City area. And we really try to get children involved in wearing bicycle helmets and believing in safety, because falls is the leading cause of death for brain injury. And last year alone, we gave out over 400 helmets to help kids keep their noggin safe here in Sioux City. So that is just one way that we really try to make a difference and help with prevention, so we can bring that statistic down from what it is currently. We believe that everybody can be an advocate. We have persons served that are here today with us. We have folks that traveled to Des Moines not only last week, but the week before as part of Advocacy Day and Hill Day at the state capitol to help look for additional funding and change some laws with our state legislature, and of course really promote prevention. So those are some of the key things that we're really trying to promote this month for National Brain Injury Awareness Month.
Thank you.
So thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, we'll move on to the consent agenda, which is items 2 through 18L. You can assume that they pass unanimously unless a council member asks for a separate vote. If you want to speak on an item that's in the consent agenda, please come forward as I read it. State your name and address so it will be recorded for follow-up. If you want to speak on an item not on the agenda, please come forward under citizen concerns. I'll move the consent agenda.
Second.
2 is reading of the city council minutes of February 18th and 22nd, 2016.
Mayor,
Yes?
on the minutes of February 22nd, item 17, on the portion of Christie Road vacation item, mistakenly, I should have abstained. So I'd like to change my vote to abstention. Conflict of interest on it, even though it was brought by the city. So I missed that on the 22nd.
Okay.
That should be $2 in the fund.
Gotcha.
3 is a resolution declaring an official intent under Treasury Regulation 1.150 or 150-2 to issue debt to reimburse manhole rehabilitation project and ordering the return of the bid bond. 5 is a resolution temporarily closing a portion of 4th Street and Iowa Street on March 17th to accommodate the St. Patrick's Day Parade. 6 is a resolution approving settlement and payment of Erickson work comp claim. 7 is a motion appointing Tim Seaman to the Colton Park Committee. 8 is a motion defining licensed premises at 623 Pearl Street for a special event to be held on March 15, 2016. 9 are civil penalties and suspensions. A is a resolution setting a hearing on a proposed civil penalty of $300 against Hy-Vee 2827 Hamilton Boulevard for violation of the Iowa cigarette laws. B is a resolution setting a hearing on a proposed civil penalty of $300 against Sam's Mini Mart, 923 West 7th Street for violation of the Iowa cigarette laws. C is a resolution setting a hearing of a proposed $1,500 civil penalty and a 30-day suspension of the cigarette permit issued to the Hy-Vee gas station, 2801 Hamilton Boulevard for violation of the Iowa cigarette laws. 10 are actions adopting construction documents. A is a resolution adopting construction documents for the traffic signal battery backup project. B is a resolution adopting plans and specifications, form of contract, and estimated cost for the box hangar development project at the Sioux Gateway Airport, 5931 Pershing Street. 11 are actions relating to agreements and contracts. A is a resolution approving a contract to Dakota Paint Services for the 2016 pavement paving and striping project. When do they have to start this? When will it be completed? Because it seems like they start in the fall, then we have winter, and then the paint isn't worth doing anyway. They never complete the project very quickly. And they still don't let people on Pierce Street and Nebraska Street and all those streets know they're painting until you get right up on them.
Council, I'm Ed Pickens, street superintendent. They're gonna, as soon as the spring comes around and the weather straightens out, that's the weather's dependent on when they're gonna first start their painting. The first thing they'll do is they start downtown and they're gonna get the business district done. And from there, they'll go out and do the priority 1 streets.
When did they start last year? Do you have a record of that?
I don't have the date.
It's amazing to me that we give these guys, you can ask somebody to put in $2 million with a water line and you want it done in 3 months, but these guys have all year to paint. They have up till November 15th. And they don't normally start until September.
Well, I can look into that if you like, but there's the lines downtown, like the parking things, that's separate from what this is. But as far as the street lines, they're supposed to start.
But did we bid streets on things that this council, at least the majority of them are gonna vote to cover up with downtown parks? And, you know, did we, you know what I'm talking about? If you're gonna change how the traffic moves here, you're gonna have to go back and repaint them diagonally and things like that. Do we know? So you don't even know what I'm talking about. That's what concerns me.
As far as, are you talking about
Talking Pierce in Nebraska, they're talking about going to 2 lanes with diagonal parking instead of 3 lanes with parallel. So would this why don't we just pay them to paint it that way rather than?
I didn't know,
That is done under a separate contract. This isn't for lane marking. You're not doing parking in T's, are you?
no,
Part of-
that's done with the parking ramps people.
You're not gonna change the lines at all.
Not with this contract.
No,
We've
no.
used this contract in the past to do that, though, on Pearl Street.
Usually that's done through parking funds with the parking contract.
We did it with this to do diagonal parking on Pearl, and that's what we also used to change the direction to two-way on the first 2 blocks of Douglas. It was just the traffic marking contract.
I think it would have probably been done as a change order then.
It didn't cost any extra when we did it.
With this contract, it'll take care of the lines downtown, the center lines. It'll take care of school crossings, arrows, and then it'll paint center lines on the streets that there's over 6,000 cars a day. They repaint the center lines on those. We have it broken down exactly what they're going to do on the agenda here.
Well, why don't we just get in discussions with them about painting those lines, so we have it all just done with this?
We can do that if that's,
I think
unless
it's
it's already
smarter. I think we're
covered by
gonna save money doing it once rather than doing it and then doing it again.
I agree.
We talk with them. Well, we have the contract on the table. At what dollar amount?
It's not to exceed $153,955.
Ed, did you have an estimate for the original project of your own before the bids came in? Was there an estimate?
Did you have-
I'm just curious what,
It's
okay.
not legal to talk with them before we approve a contract, is it?
The bid
Have to
came this
approve it
year,
then talk, so.
came in, it was just under what it was.
Sprivelhole is purchasing manager. The previous bid was about 159,000. This bid came in a little bit lower.
The previous bid was?
Previous contract,
Yep.
last, I think, believe 4 years, was approximately 159,000.
Thank you.
We can check as long as we're not, I'm like you, I don't want to pay for something twice.
Sure.
So
Well,
if you,
we can approve the contract today and then we'll have, those discussions there so that we can just do it once, pay
Sure.
for it once.
that makes sense.
Just as a caution, it's 2 steps into one today. It's an award and approval of the contract documents. So we're locked in what the bid estimate was and what they turned their bid in for on those
But it's also a
quantities.
unit price
It
contract.
is a unit price linear feet.
Right.
Pretty much for the majority of the contract.
Well, and
So
if
just so the
they-
council's aware.
Adds a few linear feet for the parking spaces. Let's just transfer that from the parking fund over and pay for it.
Or bring it back in a week.
I wish it
Well, we
would
can't- we
define a
can't talk to
certain
them
date. They had
before
to have
the
certain
contract's
stages
approved.
done in the future though, because they don't get all the school crosswalks done by the time school opens. They're still out there doing them. I guarantee you they were last year.
I can talk to the company and I can get a certain date, like by July 1st, we need this done, and by August 1st, we need this done. I'm good with that.
Yeah, but they don't have to adhere to that.
Well,
I'm just saying in the future, when you know the priorities of what you want, put certain dates in there that they have to have that portion done is all.
do we have to rebid this next year?
We received 2 invoices last year. The first invoice was dated July 28th, and the second invoice was dated October 30th.
Exactly. That's my point. They didn't start it very early. B is a resolution approving a consulting services agreement with Veenstrom Kin for the 2016 annual bridge inspection and rating program. C is a resolution awarding a contract to Hawkins Construction for the 18th Street Bridge deck replacement. D is a resolution approving a consulting services agreement with DGR Engineering for design of the South Cypress Extension Project.
Mayor, I'm going to abstain on that item. For the conflict of
I'm Larry
interest.
Book, 6350 Gulfview Place, and I'm a member of Redeemer Lutheran Church, and they have some property that borders to that, and I'd like to ask a couple questions. Will there be parking on that quadrant of street?
Glenn Ellis, city engineer, you're talking about the extension piece. Will there be parking?
No, he's talking about where it's already paved, but that you're
The
gonna hook up
cypress?
to it.
Roger?
You're gonna hook
This will
up to
be
it, is what he's
new?
talking about.
Correct, that'll be new.
For it, doesn't it?
Hmm?
The width allows for it, doesn't it?
Where's you're questioning about any
Yeah,
particular
will there be
area?
parking on that street?
It will be wide enough that parking would be permitted. We haven't discussed whether or not we would eliminate parking or restrict it, but it's wide enough there would be parking allowed.
Okay. Then there's sidewalk on the east side that is existing. Does that stay?
Yes. So this exhibit shows sidewalk on both sides.
There's none there now. The terrain is not very good. It's real high in one area. It's low in another area, and there's trees that'll have to be removed. It has no crosswalk in the middle, so there would be no reason somebody would walk down that street that was going to East High or that area, because they couldn't cross the street in a crosswalk. So we see no need for it on the west side. It's a cost factor, and at least take an alternate on it if you would want to take it out. Why we're here is it'll have to be maintained. It'll have to have the snow removed. It's not very conducive for the two owners up on Mayhew because they will never use it. And then, of course, over by Lincoln Way, when development comes, you'll be able to force it in there. The same with our property. When development comes, you can force them to put sidewalk in. It doesn't look like any need today, though.
As we laid out the scope of the project, we wanted to be in accordance with our complete streets policy to have sidewalk on both sides of the roads. There was some internal discussion whether or not to have sidewalk on that west side in this particular area because of the grading. But I think as we go through design, we can flesh out the actual impacts, whether or not to have it or not. I think there was discussion potentially there, because of the grades, maybe having a wall, but without getting survey done and getting into the details of that, we haven't made that determination yet. But that was, we wanted to at least have all the components in the design to start with, and we'll work through those as we go through the design.
My question would be, why pay for design fees and bidding and so far if literally it's going to nowhere? Thank you.
I would agree. Thank you.
Is he, so from Mayhew to Lincoln Way on the west side, or?
Mayhew to the north to Sunnybrook is what he said.
Oh.
But you are building from Mayhew to Lincoln Way.
Correct. I mean, yeah, it currently shows it on the entire length.
Well, I don't think it's probably gonna reduce the fee, any of the engineering at this stage, but what's the council want to do?
Well, I have to agree, it's probably not gonna just change the fee on the engineering side of it. But, I don't know, I'd be willing to see what others in the neighborhood think about the sidewalk on the west side of the street.
Brian Wells, DGR Engineering, 6115 Whispering Creek Drive. I believe the discussions that we've had is we're going to look at an 8-foot wide sidewalk on the school side. That's currently how my contract is written. Is we're not going to, I mean, we can look at on the west side, but it's expected.
So currently, there is no sidewalk?
No, the concept that we show, we say possible, and that was early on. And recognizing that a lot of the properties that abut that west side are either a side yard or a rear yard. And so it's probably not going to get maintained. And so as a compromise, we looked at putting an 8-foot wide trail or sidewalk on the east side. So that's how the contract is.
Anyway.
Yeah.
everyone's gonna walk on that side.
School likes to have a minimum 6 foot wide for their removal of snow, and so a little extra width there is not really that big a deal.
Glenn, what's your recommendation?
Well, if it sounds like because of the grades, I would say we can eliminate it through the discussions there. I wasn't fully aware of that additional detail, though. So I knew it had been discussed, but in terms of the actual pull it from the project initially, I wasn't aware of that at this point.
Well, it doesn't seem to make a great deal of sense to me to put in sidewalks that won't be maintained.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
I think you're going to run into needing retaining walls in several locations. So you're going to have an added expense of retaining walls for a sidewalk that
sure.
have limited use and probably, as you've heard, not real well received.
And this, the construction's not gonna happen till next year, right? Till 2017?
Likely, yeah. Yeah, because the window that we have to do the work is June, July. So it'd
So you
be,
do it while school's out, I'm assuming,
right.
so.
Yep. Yep.
I'm okay with leaving it to at least look at it. I'm
Yeah.
a sidewalk guy, so you got the wrong guy for me to take them out, but nevertheless, if it doesn't work out, but I just don't want to unilaterally take them out without looking at it either. We don't like going all the way over to Military Road to push snow at our church, but we get to, so when you buy the land, you get those things with it, so. Okay, E is a resolution approving a contract to structural
You'll make the
concrete
recommendation.
for the Riverside Pool Slide refurbishment. F is a resolution awarding a consulting services agreement to Bacon Creek Design for the Big Sioux River Dike Trail project, their Phase 1 project. Now, I'm not trying to be critical of engineering firms, even though it always appears that way, but we had a lot of overruns on the last one of these out in Riverside, the engineering fees kept escalating. Do we know this is going to be the fee here?
Paul Stensland from Bacon Creek Design here in Sioux City. Yes, Mayor, I believe this is a very good, the dollar amounts will cover it. I see no reason for extras. The permit costs are extensive or higher than normal because where the entire trail is in the 100-year flood zone of the Big Sioux River. Both the AE zone and the X zone, and then we have to do a no-rise hydraulic analysis and get a DNR and a Corps of Engineers permit jointly for the project.
Yeah, I just don't want you to be up here in 3 or 4 months, Paul, and say you need more money, because that's what happened the last time. It ran way over. So. 12 are actions relating to personnel. A is a resolution approving a contract and salary schedule for the local 212 ASME representing the Sioux Gateway Airport employees. B is a resolution appointing Dave Carney as Public Works Director. 13 are actions relating to property. A is a resolution inviting proposals for the sale of land in the combined Floyd River urban renewal and announcing the intent to accept the proposal of KD Feed and setting a hearing. B is a resolution setting a public hearing on the proposed amended and restated urban renewal plan for the Teton Urban Renewal Project area. C is a resolution setting a public hearing on a proposed amended and restated urban renewal plan for the combined Central Sioux City CBD Urban Renewal Project area. D is a resolution setting a public hearing on a proposed amended and restated urban renewal plan for the amended Donner Park Urban Renewal Project area. E is a resolution setting a public hearing on a proposed amended and restated urban renewal plan for the combined Floyd River Urban Renewal Project area. 14 is purchasing. A is a resolution awarding a purchase order to Stryker Sales Corporation for cots for the fire department, CMG, Siouxland paramedics.
Hey, Bob.
How many bids?
Mayor?
Yeah. 2.
You might want to explain to everybody out there what these are for. because I was a little bit confused.
What?
These cots.
Let the chief, he's here.
I'm sorry, I missed the question.
Okay, well, it says 3 each cots for, the fire department, central maintenance garage, and the Siouxland paramedics. Well, I'm thinking beds, and it said $16,000. I'm thinking, wow, you guys got some good beds. So then I find out that it's for the ambulances. Is that
Right.
correct?
When we replace the ambulance and the entire chassis, the back end, the front end, the whole thing, we replace cots and defibrillators per contract. So cots, strikers are what we use. They fit in the rigs. They hold up very well. It's just they're replaced with the ambulances, which is, say, 5 years. But the actual body itself is remounted on those chassis 3 times before the whole thing is replaced, and then that's when we replace cots and defibrillators.
And are these all down at, they're kept at the maintenance garage, is that right?
That's who takes care of getting them for us.
Okay.
Siouxland paramedics will run them right now out of their station on 7th Street.
Okay. So they're all switched out, is that the deal?
Right, we'll switch these out with the old rigs.
Okay.
Rig replacement.
Okay, thanks.
Chief, did you have an estimate? Actually, 14A, B, and C, everything you're purchasing, nothing's got an estimate for it. I always like to see the estimate versus what the bids come back to find out how close we are, or if they're gouging us. Do you know what the estimate was for this one?
The estimates come back to the almost exact bid prices every time, Mr. Grecken, because basically these are GSA products, so we know what the government prices are, so that's what we're gonna pay.
Okay.
That's
On all 3?
On all 3. Yeah.
Thank you.
Vendors bidding.
Yeah.
D is a resolution awarding a purchase order to FICO or whatever, Control for Defibrillators for the Fire Department, CMG, Siouxland Paramedics. I know we do have 2 different types of defibrillators, correct? Depending on whether the state buys them or we buy them, is that right?
We have one brand, 2 different kinds. One is for paramedic level use, and the other ones we are phasing out. They have a little less options and so forth on them, but these are the ones that the paramedics need.
And there's just one company in America.
There's several companies that manufacture defibrillators, but there's only one that we use here in Sioux City. So all of the disposable products that we have and all the training and the people at the hospital who do maintenance on them and so forth, that's just how it works. So it's kind of like our air packs. Once you're into a company, you're kind of into them.
I'd like to vote on this.
Which one? On B?
Yeah. B.
Scott,
No.
Capron,
Aye.
Gretkin.
Aye.
Moore, Redding,
Because we've always been into them means we will always be into them if we don't ever at least allow other people. I just don't understand how in government we can bid a single source vendor and feel good about it at the end of the day. I don't understand that. C is the resolution awarding a purchase order electronic engineering for 10 Motorola high-frequency portable radios and batteries. And I know this is single because you're tying into the same system. You don't have an option. That's different than when you're replacing a whole bunch of defibrillators, but anyway. Total checks, approved total checks issued for the reporting period February 2016, the amount of $6,932,726.45. 16 are applications for cigarette, tobacco, and nicotine vapor permits. See the list, come forward if you have any questions. 17 are applications for beer and liquor license. See the list, come forward if you have questions. 18, receipt of the minutes. See the list, come forward if you have any questions. Anyone to be heard on any of those?
I wanted to point out in the Arts Center meetings, they made the switch over to executive timekeeping systems now there, so that we're
So it
putting
leaves just the fire department not in, under that, or? Police and fire. You've almost gone over your year that you told us you'd have that all converted, Donna. Uh-huh.
That's 2 years.
Mhm.
That's 2 years.
That's what I said. I think she's been over a year, yes. Yeah. $250,000 and we still aren't on. 19 is a motion to conduct a public, oh, we gotta do the, no, you haven't told me who voted yet. Go ahead and tell me.
Electronically voted.
I did.
Who are we waiting on? You vote? Okay.
Good.
Passes 5-0. 19 is a motion to conduct a public hearing regarding the creation of the Whispering Creek Urban Revitalization Area. I'll move that.
Second. I just wanted to clarify our redactions for tax abatement. One was a 3-year 100%, and one is 10 years on a graduated scale. The paper, I think, indicated they get both, but they don't. They only get one, right?
That's correct.
They get to pick the
Chris
option.
Myers, Economic Development Specialist. That's correct. And we also corrected, there was a mention of TIF in that article as well, and we contacted them, and that's been corrected. So it's either or, the 3-year or the 10-year.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
We have a motion and a second on that, right?
Correct.
Uh-oh.
You break yours again?
I might have.
Just take that face panel thing off of there. Did that do anything?
Passes 5-0. 20 is a hearing and resolution adopting the annual budget for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2017, and for the fiscal year 2017 to 2021 capital improvement budget. Anyone to be heard on this budget?
I'll move it.
Okay. Mayor and council,
Second, I'll second, but aren't there two additional items?
there,
we need to-
there are 2 items that are still outstanding from wrap-up. We have, the first item is, was it requested to bring back, we include in the proposed budget that we're approving today, the addition of 2 police officers. And this was requested to be brought back for an individual vote if you so desire.
Did I miss the request I had for information?
I'm sorry.
Did I miss the information request that I asked for about forfeiture monies and that? Did I miss that memo?
I thought it did go out.
Who?
I believe it went out as a council memo. I'll follow up, but I believe it did.
Those council memos, okay. I'm sorry, but I should read the council memos every week, but sometimes they're rather boring on a very good day, okay? Because there's just a lot of stuff in them that don't pertain to us. So I'm just wondering if you ask specifically for something, why that in particular wouldn't be forwarded back to the council member that asked for it.
We just have a policy that when one council
No,
member
I
asks for
understand that.
information, we provide it to all of them.
I
And it was
understand that.
it was a specific memo. It wasn't included in the update. It would have been a separate memo.
I don't remember seeing
I did not get that, I
Bob,
guarantee.
I don't
I don't remember seeing it either.
Okay.
You know what day that was sent out?
I'll find out.
Okay.
I guarantee I did not get that. If it's in that council memo where there's all kinds of things, you may be right, but not a specific email did not come that I got, because I was looking for it. Okay, what's the other things?
The other item is we upgraded the secretary, the part-time secretary in human rights up to an admin secretary. The dollar amount on that is neutral because there's an overlapping in the range, and there was a memo that went out from the human resources director on that.
So there's absolutely no support on the comprehensive plan, changing that? Moving that back, not doing it at all?
That was voted on and passed to leave it as it is.
Yeah, I know, but he wasn't here that day.
Correct.
I failed to deliver for him.
That's
so-
right, I emailed him on it, so.
It was a 3-1 vote.
He did do it, thank you very much. Sorry to keep you alone there.
I know.
That's okay.
Is this word be appropriate to make a motion to,
The motion as
Or-
it stands leaves the positions, everything as is.
oh, includes the positions?
Yes.
Okay. Then I think it's already been.
Yeah.
I thought the council memo said that we could defer the decision on the,
We can't. It's however you want to do it. We currently have them in there, but it can be done anytime because it is neutral for dollars. If you want to make
which
changes
that?
to what's in the budget, it would need an outside motion to make.
That's
an
for the
amendment.
human rights.
yeah.
Yes.
position
Administrative.
Down now to $6 or $16.07.
And what was it? Was it 1611?
1610.
But the rollback factor did change, did it not?
Yes, it did.
So that doesn't take that into account in this homework.
No,
That's what I thought.
That's per 100,000, right?
that is correct.
So tell me again, please, so I'm real clear on this. So the budget in front of us today does include the 2 additional police officers
And it also includes the administrative secretary position at part-time
for the Human Rights
for the Human Rights.
Commission.
That's neutral.
I'd like to, I don't know who made the motion in a second. I'd like to separate the budgets. I don't think it's,
I made it, so I can withdraw my motion.
I think, I'm not comfortable voting.
Well, so the motion should be to adopt the annual budget for the fiscal year ending June 30, 2017. Do that one first.
I would. like
That is
That's the
fine.
operating budget.
Yes. We need to hold, we also need to hold the hearing. So the motion on both has to include holding the hearing.
Well, that's assuming.
Was there any point to separate them?
Mhm.
So are you changing your motion to that?
Yeah.
I'll second that. I seconded the main motion.
We're going to separate them.
Are you, for clarification purposes, are you asking to withdraw the
No,
motion made by
that's-
Councilman
That's fine.
Cameron?
Just leave it the way it was. Just leave it the way it was. That's fine. I'm not gonna, we're not.
Well,
gonna-
we can withdraw the motion in the second.
No, you had a motion on the floor, even though you withdrew it, but we're gonna vote the way it was read.
This will be voting on the entire budget.
Yep.
As presented,
Yep.
with the original motion and second.
There aren't any comments or
Well,
public input?
I made all the comments before, and I just feel in general, where we've been in the past is, around $7 million in new debt. This year is about 14 million. I just don't feel comfortable adding positions, not just police, but I'm talking, the truck driver position. I felt, we handled a lot of the snow emergencies quite well, and that's an emergency day. So if you're adequately staffed in some of your worst days, you should be adequately staffed on the regular days as well. And so I'm not saying anything new here, or it's just, it is what it is.
Well, I'm going to have to disagree with that. So,
Well, and that's
I
the-
think that, Sioux City's growing. We have a higher tax base. A lot of things are coming up. I think we need more police protection for one thing. And as far as the other things you mentioned, you got to be prepared and you got to be proactive. So, I think that's how we get the city growing and how we, do things the right way. So that's how I feel. Our policemen, our firemen, all our people are out there. They work 24/7. I think that they protect us. It's all about the people that they're taking care of, and that would be us. So I believe that we need them, and I think it's going to, coming down the road, we're going to need more police, more fire, more everything because we are growing. So.
And I would add that I did have a conversation with Chief Young, and I know the chief shared with me, and I know he's absolutely right, because I've been to many neighborhood meetings and town hall meetings, the two biggest issues that the community is always concerned about in town hall meetings are traffic and drugs. And the chief has assured me that what his intent is to create a separate traffic safety unit. We've talked about traffic-related issues frequently here. And with the creation of a traffic safety unit and a focus on promoting public safety, I think it's really a very good move for the city and an investment that would pay off in the long run. So, officers.
Mr. Moore, do you have anything to add?
Well, I want to thank the mayor and council because I thought our hearings this year went well. I thought we had a good discussion. I think we're ending up with a responsible budget, both operating and for the capital improvement program. I know we had some disagreements on certain items throughout the budget, but I can support it overall and will support it. I'm still intrigued a little bit about whether we should be separating the two and voting on them. I mean, originally, if we shouldn't have done that. I didn't think of that when I went through the homework and looked at the items.
We've done it both ways in the past. It's
20. Well, it doesn't give you an opportunity. I mean,
If you want to vote no, we can separate it.
Yeah, it's
I mean, I hate to have you, I'd hate to have you vote no on both of them if you just have a problem with one of them, but I guess
doesn't
I'll
matter.
defer. Did you happen to find that memo?
Yes, it was in the weekly update of February 26th.
Okay, thank you.
Tell you one thing I'd like to see us do is send a letter to our attorney's office, district or county attorney's office to ensure that we do prosecute crimes a little better, a little more aggressively, seeking better sentences, and also to our judges in town, because we just had to arrest 2 guys again who were breaking into cars, who had just gotten off for breaking into cars.
Don't blame the judges.
Well, let's get a little more aggressive in prosecuting some of these people to the full extent. And we had an assault in the school just on Monday, and this person's probably not going to get tried as an adult because they're 17 and a half. I would encourage them to try the individual as an adult. We need to get tough on the sentencing side of things, so we're not, we got the same people getting arrested time and time again. Let's take things seriously, and I think we should send a letter to those agencies that are involved in prosecuting the crime to make sure it is taken more seriously.
I'm going to vote for the budget, but I'm going to say in the future that you should separate these.
We'll do that.
Because I don't want to vote for the capital improvement budget. I think that comprehensive plan was a bag of goods that were sold to us. And I said when we did that planning that this will be sold to us. We were assured, well, not right away. And here it is right away. $300,000. We know where this city's growing. You don't have to pay somebody $300,000 to figure that out.
And quite frankly, the comprehensive plan just is a tool used to tell somebody they can't change their zoning when they want to.
And so it's bothersome that today I get to vote for something that I'm really not very excited about, but I'm going to vote. I'm going to be a team player today. And I know when I make this statement, it's going to upset police officers. And you know what? If that's the case, then you need to hear what I'm saying. We all need to be held accountable to our jobs. And when someone asks for a memo, I didn't ask for that individually, but it would have been nice to have that today before I voted to see how effective the drug task force really is. Without that information, I don't know. And you can say, well, I should have picked that up in there, but if 5 other council members did, and that tells you the extent of the examination that occurred in that particular memo that was sent, a specific item that's asked for specifically by a council, I think should be answered specifically with an email back. And it's bothersome that we have a system that we have to run it through the city manager. I don't hide things from the city manager, and he doesn't hide things from people, but it just bothers him that we have to go through that mechanism, and then it shows up in a report that very few people read. We're gonna say, let the policemen do their work, let them do what they need to do. But if we're gonna set up a traffic bureau, then I think we need to have raw data to make sure that those policemen officers are out actually doing traffic, because that's terribly important to me, and you've heard it in every neighborhood, and we can't tell them that we're doing a good job without data. So I hope somehow, Chief, we can get data over the next year to see how effective these two off data. And if the council doesn't feel that way, say it now, because otherwise, I'm going to expect that data on a monthly basis.
No, I think you're absolutely right. On monthly neighborhood coalition meetings, they provide regularly crime and traffic data. The traffic is generally specific to traffic accidents.
I want to know what this.
But if you're
unit's
looking for
doing.
citations and special projects, those kinds of things, I'm confident that the police department will be able to provide that information and will, so. But I agree with you.
I realize I'm having a bad day, but I do believe you could separate the motions, but we'll vote and,
I don't have a problem separating them.
we're going to vote and let's get it done.
Hang on just a minute, though. I want to find that memo. It usually comes out with
It's the
Sarah's
weekly update,
information.
it's the
Oh, here
weekly
it is.
update that
February-
Sandy sends out.
Here it is,
February
right?
25th.
Yep,
Is that what you were telling me? February 25th?
I thought I said.
This date, February 24th of 16, it was in the,
Forward it to me, would you?
You said February 26th.
well, I got it on, well, the date of the memo is February 24th from the chief.
But we got it the 26th.
February 26th, weekly council update.
I can't find it.
I'll pull it up and I'll show it to you.
If you go into your email and just search drug task force, it should come up in the first email. Sent from Sandy. You guys all have Gmail, right?
Is that
No? You gotta get a
that
Gmail
under
account.
upcoming meetings?
Here it is right here.
I don't know, Keith.
I gotta get you like a teenager advisor, somebody from the mayor's youth commission, just follow Dan around.
No, that's,
Make that
February 26th update.
Has everybody voted?
no, I haven't yet. I want to find the,
I can show it to you.
Well, it's not going to change anybody's vote, so what difference does it make?
well, I just don't think I got it.
Bob at Ari Scott.
Yeah.
It's on Monday already. Which one are you?
I realize
Am I
I'm
delaying
having a
things
bad
again?
day, but
Am I?
when is it?
No, you're fine.
You got all day.
I realize I'm having a terrible day, but where is it that says you can't apply a motion when you separate cases?
Yeah.
Well, they did without a motion, and they did without a second, and they didn't.
Keith, are all of us copied on that?
Yeah, we get it every week.
I know, but can you see it on
And they
that
would-
copy?
What's that?
Can you see that we're
And they
copied
would
on
count.
it?
Yeah.
And then restated their,
What?
and then restated their persons. We can separate them by motion. It's easy.
The frequent problem I have with it, though, is sometimes it won't show up on, or I'm not able to print it, so Sandy will usually print them for me, but
Did something happen that causes us to get less drug seizure money other than less drugs, or?
That,
'Cause it went from 29,013 to 14,000 down to 12,000.
That's what we've got, that, Doug Young, Police Chief, that's our equitable sharing piece right there that you're looking at. So out of what we've seized, we got $14,000 out of it so far, so. And another thing, the equitable sharing now has been pretty much suspended. So our asset forfeitures are gonna be out there.
Zero, that's my point.
Yeah.
The feds want us to continue to put that personnel there, but they want to keep all the money. That's a great system. That's what my irritation is about this whole thing.
And I haven't found out what they're using the money for yet, whether they're using it for their budget or what, but they say still present the process, what you want to seize, but they're not going to distribute the assets until sometime down the road,
February 25th?
which may be
Let me
never.
explain how government works, Chief. Once you get it, you never give it back to the other agencies. You're never going to see it again. And that's just the reality.
Anticipate that.
But continue to have the city put the same amount themselves. That's an unbelievably great system that they're operating under now. Not blaming you, but
Oh, I know.
I'm blaming them.
Absolutely.
We want to continue to staff it at that level. Makes no sense.
Okay, so I'm gonna move.
There's already a motion on the floor, and I've already voted with, so.
Just going to clarify it.
Well, I was just gonna clarify it. We're gonna move 2017 and to 2021, capital improvement program also.
Okay, and I second that.
We already have that.
Just for clarification.
Okay.
Thank you.
My agenda back. That's all right.
Tuesday. 25th at 4:17.
There we go. This is to accept it, right?
Passes 4-1. Mr. Raddick votes no. 21 is a hearing and resolution approving plan specifications, form of contract, and estimated cost for the Bridgeport West Sewer Improvement Section C, a lift station improvement project.
I have a 417.
What did we find out?
On the 25th.
Isn't this the one that 50 pages of addendums came out last Friday?
Yeah, Glen Ellis City Engineer. Yeah, we issued the second addendum on Friday, and there was, the 50 pages were really just pagination. Once we made a correction or a paragraph addition on one of the specs, it had to trickle down through the remainder of the specs. So there weren't actually new specs that were added to that extent. It was minor modifications, paragraph adjustment here or there, and so that's where the 50 pages added up to. There were a number of plan sheets that were revised with minor clarification in terms of a specific note or call out on the plans themselves. I know the biggest change that I am aware of is in terms of the bypass pumping. The project initially had it at the lift station, the York lift station, but we modified that so it's a couple manholes upstream, to facilitate ease for the contractor to work in the lift station itself.
And only one contractor is complaining about it.
Yes. The feedback we've gotten has really just been from vendors or the subs ensuring that they do have the addenda, but we haven't, and I've spoke with HR Green before the meeting here that we haven't heard any other feedback negative from the contractors indicating that they don't have enough time to bid the project based on the addenda that have been sent out. And I personally have not received any phone calls. I know that the consultants, the contractors, they speak with the design consultant themselves, but I hadn't heard of any issues until just Friday when the second addenda went out.
Until when?
Friday, and I got an email from Bob Padmore asking about
Well, you
it.
couldn't have heard from him before Friday. That's when the addendums came out. How could
At 4:07. But even from Friday till right now, I haven't heard from a contractor other than through an email from you and Bob asking me.
No, he went direct to your staff the last time. He didn't go through me.
This is not a user.
Okay, 22 is a hearing and resolution assessing a civil penalty of $300 against Spencer Gifts, 4400 Sergeant Road. We got to vote on that. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
we didn't vote.
I do not have a motion.
I'll move the item.
Thank you.
I'll second.
I'll just say 50 pages of addendum of any kind would be like asking an attorney who was going to court on Tuesday to have a witness mysteriously disappear on Friday. You wouldn't like that. And I can't imagine I can't imagine how we could have 50 pages and we didn't realize it until Friday before the bid.
Well, some of that was the the meeting minutes from the pre-bid meeting they had. And on the agenda
Which was 2
itself-
weeks before.
Right, and they, yeah,
2 weeks before you had that.
correct.
Okay, so that means why, in that 2-week period, why did it not get done till Friday?
And I don't know if Eric can answer to that right off, but as it relates again to the 50 pages, the actual addenda that was stamped by the consultant that actually outlined what the changes were, that was only 2 pages. Yeah, 50 pages, but you're not reviewing every page for the revisions. They were spelled out in the first 2 pages, and then the documents are just being switched out with what was originally in the contract documents. These are special provisions. In some cases, these are provisions that are 10 to 15 pages in depth. If you had anything to-
Eric Hansen, HR Green, 519 Nebraska. I'm here just to represent Green and to go through addendum number 2 that did have those pages as everybody's talked about. There were questions that have come in from contractors directly to our office that were also addressed in there. So we were trying to break those down, give clarification to the contractors on what was really going to be covered under specific bid items. By doing that, as Glenn said, that started to cause the specifications to change.
Which does change the way the guy's got to bid it. That's my point.
Yeah, I don't disagree. It's just in terms of that information and how it's directed to the contractors in terms of, we had a 2-page summary that directed them as to what was actually changed.
Glenn, anybody's bidding work, I don't care who they are, isn't going to trust you or any other owner without reading the 50 pages and see how it actually does pertain to the job. You can tell me that he explained it in a 2-page memo, but they're not doing their job correctly. That'd be like Mr. Moore just saying, well, the other attorney gave him a 2-page memo and it looks good. Now, that may be what he does, but you're going to charge for all 50 pages that you read them, right? Mr. Moore?
Absolutely.
That's what I thought. So that's my point, is anybody that's taking the time to bid this job is going to read those and see how it affects the total job. And
That's what you want.
enough said. I'm having a really not very good day, I guess, because I don't understand how some of this happens. So I'll just move on. That one passed 4-1. I vote no. 22 is a hearing and resolution assessing a civil penalty of $300 against Spencer Gifts, 4400 Sergeant Road, number 522, for violation of the Iowa cigarette laws.
I'll move it. Second.
Spencer Gifts has paid their $300, but we would ask the council to assess the penalty today.
Passes 5-0. 23 is a hearing and resolution withdrawing a civil penalty of $300 against Hy-Vee, 4500 Sergeant Road, for violation of the Iowa cigarette laws pursuant to Iowa Code Section 453A-22, paragraph 3.
Move it.
Second.
On what, on 21, to jump back, could we extend that date for bid letting, or is that just
At home?
too detrimental to the project? Do you think we'll actually miss out on bids? Is that what you're getting at on that?
I'm staying out of it.
Like I said, we hadn't received any other feedback that there was impacts to the contractors being able to provide us a bid.
Well, the feedback might be high bids. Yeah,
I guess there's, no way for us to really know until we get the bids to compare them to what the estimate is.
Would it be possible to move it back a week at this point, or?
I guess in terms of the notice, that might be illegal, because we had to do, when we do publicize the bidding, we had to.
4 day.
Yeah, we had to set the date then. But in terms of the project itself, revising the date to next Tuesday there wouldn't be any significant impacts to the project. It's just a matter of notification.
And in situations where where there's a published hearing notice date, we've taken the position that if the bid date, or receipt of bid date is going to be altered, we have to republish the notice to provide adequate information for bidders.
So then it is a longer time frame. We can't just push it back a week.
Correct, no, we would have to republish notice, which could be done in a rush situation, but it would take additional time.
I don't know. Where are we at here?
The Hy-Vee
23.
voting on it.
Okay, well, I don't have no light. I don't have a light.
You don't have a light?
I don't have a light. No. Did you push it anymore?
Just try pushing, see if it works.
I'll just call the roll. Scott?
Aye.
Capron?
Aye.
Gretkin?
Aye.
Moore?
Aye.
Rettig?
Aye.
24 is an ordinance amending chapter 2.04 entitled City the Council of the Municipal Code to provide a new salary for the mayor and city council members effective January 1st, 2018.
I'll move it.
Anyone to be heard? Is there a second?
I'll second.
Anyone to be heard?
You know, it's interesting on this. I've heard people say for and against it. What might be something to consider in the future is tying it to a percentage increase of the part-time employees. So that
This is all state. So it's not something, it's not up to us. It's not up to the city.
Well, it's up to the city, but you can't put it on automatic pilot, right?
Well, the penalty's up to the,
You can't put it on
State.
automatic pilot. I know what you're saying, but.
because that would make,
Yeah.
I mean, if you're willing to do something for,
I would agree.
You'd avoid going 18 years without any increase? Is that what you're saying?
well, it would be,
Well, isn't that what we've gone, 18 years?
I don't know what
It
they
will be.
define it as, a part-time position serving on council. It depends on the week, but,
oh,
I don't know. It's never been intended that this is a job you live on. It's just compensation for, service essentially.
well, I totally get that, but I'm telling you, it's a big job.
Yeah,
And
and
things-
I'm not
And the city's
disputing
growing
that.
and, we do more, most of us do more every day.
Mm-hmm.
We go to different meetings, plus we're out there within the community doing things for that.
Well,
Prime example, tomorrow, I'm going to Meals on Wheels. That's not in the city saying you gotta do it,
when
but
you don't ever really get days off, essentially, because
I don't get a
I can
day
be
off.
at work, and it's amazing how many times council comes up while I'm over there, so.
well, we show up all the time and it's been 18, by the time that this goes into effect, it's gonna be 18 and a half years. Now, I can't think of anybody out there that's gonna sit around and wait for 18 and a half years for a raise, period. And I think we earn it. And this raise isn't for us as much as it is for the people
Well, and
that
I do
that
like
are
that
coming
it's
up.
for an upcoming council, not for, not for the existing majority anyway. And, it could, the plus side, I see bringing, more qualified, candidates to run for office. That might be an encouragement.
I don't think so when you're looking at it that way, because I
Sure.
tell you, when you're getting a $13,000 paycheck every year, we do get insurance, and that's a big deal, and I understand that. But the $13,000 a year isn't gonna draw anybody to, put out, you almost have to be retired to be able to keep up with everything, and now this is not bad. Poor Pete here, I'll tell you, if one of us can't make something, he covers us. We're all busy doing our stuff.
Well, it's just not possible to make every single thing you're invited to. I think even if you are retired, you can't, it's
Well, of
just.
course, but I get that, but, we try to do all we can.
Sure.
We just, we're there, we're out there. So, and you know, far be it to believe this, but you know, we have big decisions up here to make, you know, it's not just, you know, we're just sitting around here, we have agendas we gotta read every week, you know, sometimes there's 200 pages in an agenda if we can go through the whole thing. You know, it's a big deal, and that's why we're here.
What's that?
You know, it's just, I appreciate what you're saying, Keith, but, because the majority of us, it won't apply to unless it's a tough decision to make regardless of what council is making it, and I think we have a great working council right now. I think the environment seems to be right for it. I think we should move forward with it. What I would ask, I'm hoping it's going to be unanimous. I'm going to vote for it because I didn't want, you know, I didn't like the idea a couple of years ago, but it's going to kick in January 1, 2018. That's when my term's up, and, you know, I have to decide what I'm going to do, and I'll probably have to live with the decision, with all the decisions we have been making, and I'm willing to do that if I run for another term, but I think the time is right for it. I think it's a reasonable request. I kind of like your idea of if we had increases along the way, maybe we wouldn't be in this
If it was
situation, but
2% increase.
Right.
You know, instead of seeing I mean, this is percentage-wise, it's a big increase, but dollar-wise, it's not very big.
Well, if you figured it out, 5%, and you know, if you put in a raise every so often, then the percent wouldn't be 53% or 50%. Right. You know, it's just that none of the councils wanted to do that. So, you know, this is what we're up here for.
You know, at the end of the day, it is a voluntary service too, you know, and it's.
You know what? I disagree with that.
Well, you choose to run for council.
You choose to run, but I'm telling you what, you get up here and we're running the city. 5 of us are running the city with a lot of help from all our people, all our directors, the city manager. If it's that easy, anybody could do it. And if anybody thinks that it's that easy, run.
Right.
If you think you're gonna make some money, get up here and run. That's not what it's all about.
Too many times if I have a turn.
Well, you know what I'm saying.
Years will go like that.
Yeah, just like that.
Yes, sir.
Michael Brandhagen, 1423 West 4th Street. This might not be along with what you're dealing with as far as the increase in the cost and everything, but I got to leave now. But I just wanted to let you know that being in the neighborhood and seeing most of the council members attend our meetings, I know that you went through a difficult budget season this year, and you did it voluntarily, coming to hear our concerns. Coffee with the council, city manager quarterly meetings. I think all of that helped input into the issues that we're facing, and I know that you know, I totally support Chief Young on what he's doing. He's continuing to be part of the neighborhood. He's listening to our concerns, our district meetings. These guys come in on their day off and they come to our meetings and they address our issues. And if they can't deal with it, they refer us to somebody that can. But like you say, we've got a quarterly or a town hall meeting coming up, I think in April. And, you know, we sometimes say, you know, we have a low turnout, but, you know, I think this is going to give an incentive for more people to come out and realize that the city is backing them up and the police department is there to help us. And with the additional officers that we have, I live 2 blocks away from where the 2 officers were injured on West 4th Street, and I can feel safe to sit on my porch. But as a neighborhood person that's been involved for over 20 years, I can't do anything about the traffic. But when an officer gets injured or, you know, not even shot, you know, there's still other injuries and surgeries that they have to compensate other officers with. You can't just go to manpower and hire another person to fill that position, you know that. But it affects us all, whether it be Morningside, West Side. And I know a lot of the crimes that are committed, you know, people aren't using common sense. You know, you don't leave your keys in your car. Do you leave the keys in your door when you leave to go to work, you know, inviting somebody to go in? And, you know, I would like to see at the town hall meeting a checkoff list on these incident reports. Was it common sense, you know, that could have prevented this crime? I mean, to leave your garage door open and go down and get gas for your lawnmower, it gives a criminal an opportunity just to walk in and take something. But I think the citizens need to get out of the car. We can't expect the police to do that either. So I think that you did a great step, and you did it on your own time. You know, you're working for minimum wage, you know, and I think that just feeling the pulse of the community, you know, you donated it, you know, you didn't get compensated. The next council people that are coming up in the future will benefit from what you're doing now. But I just wanted to put my 2 cents in.
Appreciate that.
Thanks, Mike. Thank you.
Okay. All right, let's vote.
I did the math too. It's 2.5% raise for 18 years, basically. So
That's what I said.
that does seem to make sense. I could support it because I'm not giving myself the raise. You know, that's, but at the end of the day, it is, you know, it would be hard for me to vote to raise my own salary because I do feel like when I ran, it's, I didn't run for the compensation. I ran because.
I didn't run for the compensation, but I can tell you, I don't feel bad giving us a raise because we worked for it. And if we really got paid for what we do, it'd be way more than what we're getting right now. And we compare that to the county supervisors.
Hey, let's
If
vote.
Let's go that
Let's
far,
vote.
right, Bob?
Let's vote.
Well, they
Let's
should
move
vote
on.
to lower their salary.
I voted. Mine's in, isn't it?
I would rather not waive the statutory rule. We'll give citizens one more week. How's that?
I'm fine with that.
Fine.
Okay, recommendations of Planning and Zoning Commission, hearing an ordinance amending chapter 25.03 entitled Development Standards
I'll
of
vote no next week,
Municipal Code by increasing the height requirement for steep slope yard encroachments for garages within the front and street side yard. P and Z recommends a denial. This item is proposed.
Mayor and council, this item has had a bit of a winding road before it got to you, but the final outcome for this last hearing that we had at the Planning and Zoning Commission, we did review the item that staff brought forward, and while we don't recommend that we change the code to allow this as a standard for extra height on garages that are built out into the setback, we do believe that a minor modification route, the majority of the Planning and Zoning Commission believe that a minor modification route might be a better way to do it and provide a little bit more latitude to individuals who are looking to do this type of improvement to their home. And so we heard this, the petitioner who's here, the president was spoke at the last meeting. There was no one else who spoke in favor or opposition.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
And if we vote for it, we uphold the findings of the commission.
So you want to
go
vote
ahead.
no if you support the plan.
Go ahead.
That's the opposite way.
No, you want to vote for it if you're for it, and you vote no
Correct.
if you want to uphold the commission.
Correct.
Right. That's what I said.
I'm sorry. I thought you said it
I
backwards.
thought he said it backwards too.
No, I said if you want to vote no, if you want to go the way they went.
Correct.
Right.
So if I'm supporting staff,
They voted no. So if you're supporting staff or the commission, you're voting no.
okay, staff recommends we deny. I vote
Oh,
yes,
staff
it's
didn't have-
deny.
No.
Okay, all right. Chris, do you want to walk us through this?
I can give a quick overview on what we're looking at doing too. The petitioner is proposing currently a change to the code from 1 foot to 4 feet. City staff did propose also 2 alternatives to that proposal. One would be to remove this exception from the municipal code entirely, and the second would be to move this proposal from the exception section that allows staff to review and approve to a minor modification that would require notification of adjacent property owners. The Planning Commission did deny the proposal.
We feel, just to give you some clarification, the reason for that is the minor modification rule will allow us more oversight onto this type of review. There are certain situations where we could envision that it would be fine and would not be harmful to the neighbors adjacent. And there's other times we think it may very well be that way, and so we want a little bit more oversight. So we want a little bit more, the Board of Adjustment would have some oversight on that one. That's why we went the alternate route, and we did not agree with staff on their recommendation.
So and I know you haven't had the hearing on it, but so the minor modification route would allow you then to approve this gentleman's.
Well, yeah, essentially what it would do, yeah, we haven't had his
request.
hearing, but the Board of Adjustment has a set of legal standards for minor modifications. We asked for those legal standards in the hearing and kind of reviewed through those, but basically it's impact on neighbors, you know, those sorts of things, and if those things aren't serious, the Board of Adjustments could grant the minor modification, and in fact, it actually could be granted at the staff level. If it's granted at the staff level, that's fine. If it's appealed, it can go to the Board of Adjustments and they can review those standards.
Yeah, so it's not as impossible as a variance.
No, it's not as impossible. The standards
Different
are
set of
not as
standards.
high. No, that's not what we're talking about here.
We'll just elaborate. A minor mod is a hearing held by city staff to the adjacent property owners. That decision then is rendered by staff. Either the petitioner or an abutting property owner could appeal that decision to the Board of Adjustment, and then the board would hear that item.
Thanks, Chris.
So are we in a position, if we want to go with the minor modification route, we can make an amendment to the main motion?
Correct. I believe that's how it was
And
contemplated by staff.
Is that the 1 to 4 feet?
Correct, and we provided the separate ordinances
That's
that
what
would
we're
allow
talking
you
about,
to do
minor.
that.
That's the second one. That's the second.
I think it may be beneficial to look at a few of these slides. These are slides similar to that were shown on the Planning and Zoning Commission. It gives you a good understanding of what the petitioner is actually requesting.
Correct. If this is the current house on the property, is at the setback line currently. The exception does allow a garage to be built within the front or street side yard up to the property line. Currently, the limit is 1 foot above the highest adjacent grade. The intent of that 1 foot is to minimize any impact on adjacent property owners, whether that's site ingress or egress from that property, or pedestrian movement on the sidewalk that could be impaired by having the garage up to the property line. And again, the particular case that we're in right now from the petitioner, this is the garage that is being currently constructed. The way the code would read now, 1 foot above adjacent grade. The code does not mandate a flat roof. However, in most situations, a flat roof is what would be built because of that 1 foot requirement. Another view of that garage. Staff did go back. This particular provision has existed in the municipal code and the zoning code since 1959. It has continued to be implemented within every new zoning code that's been adopted. So this isn't something that was recently adopted in the 2015 code. This has existed in some form since the earliest that we found was a 1959 zoning ordinance. This is the petitioner's property before the garage was construction began. His proposal, again, would be to increase the height for a pitched roof 4 feet above the adjacent grade, the highest point of adjacent grade. This is a particular case that staff did approve back in 2011. This is 1462 South Lynn Street, and also the neighbor's property here to the south was built in 1980. Both of these particular garages do meet code, and we worked with them to ensure that. As you can see in both of these cases, they did build a railing over the garage, so it was a usable area. However, the roof line, which is what we measure from the municipal code, is 1 foot above the highest point of adjacent grade.
Can you go back to the slide before that, please? Sure. So the 4 feet, you see where that is?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's as far as they can go, right?
Yeah, that's the max, correct?
This
Under
is his
minor?
proposal for 4 feet. The 1 foot requirement would more than likely be about in this area.
Can you go more than 4 feet under a minor modification?
The way we have it written right now, it would be up to 4 feet.
The proposed minor mod, Councilman Moore.
The proposed, right.
We did provide one rendering that would show similar to what could look like. This is looking on South St. Aubin Street to the north, I believe. As you can see, most of the houses on the west side of the street have steep slopes in the front yard. This is theoretically what could happen. These were all measured out approximately 4 feet on each one of these houses to that limit that they would be able to in the driven way. So at this time, city staff would recommend denial of the proposed text amendment.
And while Planning and Zoning Commission related with all the items that the staff brought up, I think the reason that we ultimately decided the minor modification route instead is that each circumstance would be a little bit different. This is a full build out in the full 4 feet. What if one of the things that we felt is that depth of the garage matters for visibility a lot more than height of the garage as it relates to the neighbors and traffic. And so that's why we think a minor modification route might be a little bit more accommodating in situations where it makes sense.
Yes, sir, go ahead. I think these planners can talk all night.
Honestly, I don't have an awful lot to add to that, other than the fact that these proposed garages in this particular instance, they come right out to the sidewalk, or mine actually is further back, and I have no sidewalk present there, actually.
Well, I don't understand what we're doing here now. I'm kind of confused. If you're going to propose we do something with a modification for you to do that, why do we not have that as a motion?
The item that's in front of you right now is presented as the petitioner proposed it. The two alternatives.
Please, that's not my question. You said we could do something, and you put it here. How do we get to where you want to be? That's what I want to know. I don't want to redraw this thing.
I move we amend to whatever they said.
I understand that, but that's what you guys were after too, right?
Yeah.
So why didn't we have that here too? But anyway,
That's
I
not
know
what
why.
staff's
I'm sorry I
recommending.
asked. Why do I ask this question?
Staff's recommendation
I'm
is
foolish.
different than
I'm
what
just
the Planning
foolish.
Commission went with. What we were instructed at the time is we needed to vote on the motion that was in front of us at the time. That motion failed, and then we made a separate motion to recommend, and then we voted on that.
But that's not here. That's
I
my
understand.
point.
Yes, I think
Why isn't here? Okay.
Bob, I can answer your question
No, I
fairly briefly.
don't, please. I'm gonna vote. Now, we're gonna vote.
Well, do you want to make the amendment?
Well, yeah, I'd like, if the minor modification, I think we're trying to get to where you need to be.
Okay.
So you can build. So if the minor modification would accomplish that without creating other issues that are unintended, negative consequences that we might have because of that, I would move that we amend the main motion to allow for minor modification, which is your alternative number 2 under the staff report, where you've given us 2 text amendment proposals. So I would move to amend the main motion to make it a minor modification.
I'll second that.
In the discussion part of this, then, how do your neighbors, what's their evaluation or assessment? How do they feel about it?
I've spoken with nearly all the neighbors. I've actually had a couple of neighbors stop and visit too. By and large, no one has any issues. One person did have an issue initially, and after looking at the alternatives, he decided that he liked my idea the best. So he's actually on board right now. I did find out through talking with the other neighbors, I did have another neighbor across the street, a couple of houses up the street, and her major concern is that it looked good when it was done. And she felt that a flat roof with a handrail on top, for safety purposes, would not look as good. She was concerned about property values. And after discussion, she is more than happy with what I proposed.
Well, that's one of 2 issues that bothers me, and it's RCA, but, I would be more interested in limiting the scope for any potential negative impacts to include the loss of property value, or the value of your property, and maybe even more important to me, traffic safety. And some of the, in the last picture you showed with the house, or with the garages right up to the property line, I can't imagine, I can envision children running and bicycles going down a sidewalk and an accident happening very, very easy. So the safety part of it for both pedestrians and vehicular traffic scares the dickens out of me, but those are the two issues that really bother me is traffic safety, vehicular or pedestrian safety, as well as the loss in value of property. But that apparently isn't an issue in your neighborhood, but the traffic safety could be. So, and you're not recommending that we change this, right?
Correct. City staff are not recommending any of the alternatives. I would only reiterate that with the minor modification, we would send out the notice again to the surrounding property owners in this case.
And they would have an opportunity to weigh in?
Correct. They would have the opportunity to return the notice or attend the hearing.
Okay. Thank you.
So we're voting on the amendment then?
Capron?
Aye.
Gretkin?
No.
Moore?
Aye.
Rettig?
Aye.
Scott?
Aye. Now on the motion. Now you better explain now, after what you did there, we better know exactly how we're voting, right?
My understanding, and I'll ask Chris to weigh in on this as well, but that the motion was to amend the main motion on the floor to the minor modification, which would go from 1 foot to 4 feet above grade.
With the approval of a minor mod from the staff level, at which point, if at the staff level it's denied, it could be appealed to the Board of Adjustment. We're basically giving the opportunity for the homeowner, the opportunity for a minor modification to raise the roof limit from 1 to 4.
Counselor, my answer is tell the council if they vote yes or no what it means.
Yes would mean allowing a minor mod to be granted.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Brevity at 5:35 is much appreciated.
I really hope this would go faster and lighten up your day here a little bit. Not to be, not to be.
So the next step, if this passes?
The next step would be to
He kicked
apply for
back
the
on
minor
my voting.
modification.
I'll trade it.
The text amendment would become effective on Saturday if it were to be approved tonight. So we could apply for it after that. There is a 7-day notification requirement, and then we can hold the hearing.
Passes 3-2. Now, do we have to waive the rules, or do we still have to do third reading?
Correct, it's an ordinance, so it would require
I'll move to
3
waive
readings.
the statutory rule.
Second?
Gretkin?
What? Yes.
Just to waive the rule.
What's that?
Voting,
Oh, yeah.
yes,
you-
aye.
Moore?
Aye.
Rettig?
Aye.
Scott?
Aye.
Capron?
Aye.
Move second and third.
Second?
You got a trash over there. Hold that on me. Cycling too, dude.
So Chris, if this passes, there's still going to be a meeting of the neighborhood?
Correct.
Okay.
Did somebody second that?
Rhonda did. I think. Dan did?
Dan.
I think I did.
I don't know what I did.
Dan did, she said.
Dan did.
I'm done.
Well, you both got light colored hair.
That's a good way of looking at it.
So that should get you to where you need to be.
Gives him an opportunity to get to where he needs to be. And that's really.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He is
that-
correct.
And
It's an opportunity.
It's, yeah, right now, he initially came forward for a variance, which, as you know, is rare and was never going to pass.
They shouldn't even call them variances then, because they never happen.
Passes 4-1, I vote no. 26, resolution approving a one-year contract extension with Hannah Inc. to provide animal control services ending June 30th, 2017. I'll move it.
Second. Say ending 40, 50 years ago.
Yeah. Who needs to vote? You got 'em? Passes 5-0. Presentation of the Youth Commission's 2015 accomplishments.
I'm Madeline Bertram, a junior at Heelan, and I'm the mayor of Mayor's Youth Commission.
I'm Libby Markham, a sophomore at Bishop Heelan, and I'm on the executive council.
I'm Calvin Keller. I'm a sophomore at Bishop Heelan, and I'm also on the executive council.
The goals of Mayor's Youth Commission are for youth to make a positive impact in their community and feel valued, to encourage youth to develop into their full potential, to hold leadership sessions for youth to increase their knowledge and skills, to participate in community service and activities, and to have the youth feel that they have made a positive contribution to society. Mayor's Youth Commission members contributed 4,396 volunteer hours to our community, an average of almost 29 hours per active member. Members of the Youth Commission volunteered at 41 different activities in 2015, and we had an average of 85 members attend each meeting.
What was the average there, sorry?
81 or something.
81?
85 members.
Okay, thank you.
We held the Young Ambassador Ceremony for 45 students in grades 4 through 7 in May. 10 students were selected to be mentored by the Youth Commission members. We worked with Briarcliff University and Siouxland Cares on Be Somebody awareness projects. These topics included texting and driving, responsible social media, alcohol and other drug prevention activities, and sexual assault prevention.
We invited many organizations to speak at our meetings, including Teen Court, Briarcliff University, Enactus Team, and League of Women Voters, etc. Members participated in the Des Moines Legislative Day, Red Ribbon Night, and planned activities. Members also started work on the Little Free Library project. And many of our fundraisers included: we raised $380 for African Orphanage Project to sponsor children at BB's Hope Orphanage. Taven Schmoll coordinated a cookie dough fundraiser that brought in a gross of $6,668 and netted $3,745 for a tennis wall backboard for Riverside Park. Taven Schmoll and Hannah Renz coordinated efforts to raise $4,500 for the new Grandview Disc Golf Park. Devani Spidel, a young ambassador, coordinated a toy drive that brought in 130 toys for the women's shelter.
We also made a policy change. We worked with the Siouxland District Health Department and presented information to you to restrict new stores from selling tobacco within 300 feet of a school, and the policy was passed. Other activities we were involved in: members participated in 23 compliance checks to discourage businesses from selling alcohol to underage youth, and Mayor's Youth Commission members served as plan list greeters and timers for the school board candidate debate, and served as timers for the Youth Council candidate forum.
It's incredible.
Yeah, good
It
job.
really is incredible. I think we should give them a standing ovation. I'm all in favor.
Thank you. Keep up the good work.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next is Sioux City Grow Organization.
You know, I heard them say cookie dough, and now all I want is cookies.
Yeah.
Thank you, Linda. Thank you.
Really irritates me. But then I gotta have to have it done by April 30th.
Organization have requested a few minutes of your time this evening to talk with you about the group's current efforts in the community and any ideas and opportunities you may see for the group to make a bigger impact in Sioux City and help retain our young professionals. So with that, I have Brittany Sinninger, Rocky Welker, and Davidson Wissing.
Hello, thank you all for being here, obviously on a city council evening here. So we're just going to run through a little bit about the Sioux City Growth Organization, what we do, and what we have going on here in the next year. So our mission statement, to make it short and sweet, is to inspire every generation to create a positive impact on the future of our community, promote promise, and show appreciation by bringing together voices for the common good. A little history, we have a little background here. The Sioux City Growth Organization started in 2002. We've been around since then. We have a little breakdown of our presidents. The cool thing about the organization is, as you can see up there, most of our past presidents, as well as our past board and members, are started off as young professionals and are now in management positions and or business owners today. So that is a big promise for us as young professionals, that someday we'll be in that position and creating a positive difference in our community. So this little background on the organization again, wrote the mission, articles and bylaws, chose a name, go through that. And then our current board. So like Renee had mentioned, I have Rocky here today. He is our civic board advisor, as well as Davidson Wissing, and he is our civic committee chair. Our goal today with you is to figure out some ways for Sioux City Go to kind of do a better job at bridging that gap between the city and our organization, and seeing if there's any positive ways that we can come together on anything. So background, our members, we have 130 plus members, all from 80 different businesses. That's a really cool factor for us. The age is 20s to whatever. We don't have an age cap, even though we're a young professionals organization. If you consider yourself a young professional, then Sioux City Go is a place for you. So Dan Moore, you're in luck.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
We got you covered over here. We do, the nice part about our membership too is we have ties to many different organizations in the community. It's not just promoting our own events that we have, but also getting involved in other things happening in the city, as well as community and nonprofits. So we'll go through a little breakdown of our committees and what they do. And if I jump through for you guys, okay. So our Connect Committee, we actually have Alex Waters here today as well. He is our Connect Committee board advisor. And what Connect Committee does is they plan events for Sioux City Go as a way of connecting young professionals with each other, as well as influential leaders and business leaders in our community. And one of the events that they had done this past year was, well, among others, Go Getters was one, and that was basically a committee effort to basically get people together to volunteer at different things happening in the community, as well as Go University as well, which I think we have another slide for that. Marketing committee, just a little background on that. They do marketing for our organization as well as the events that we put on. Community and special events. Many of you have probably heard of our murder mystery dinner. This past year was our second year doing it. It sold out within 48 hours. It was pretty successful. Just goes to show you that sometimes bringing a new event to the community can make a huge impact on something unique and different and keeping young professionals around.
You guys want to bring that giant slip and slide to Sioux City for us?
We'll add it to the agenda. Yeah. I don't really know anything about the giant slip and slide, but.
Or another thing, once we get that Cone Park sledding park area.
Yep.
A great thing to bring for the summertime, they make those giant hamster balls. Oh.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Yeah.
we got to get that.
Very cool. Another one of our committees is Innovation Market, one that we had Dan Moore speak at just a couple of weeks ago. It's a great event that we've continue to put on. And
So
tomorrow,
did Dan learn something, or did?
I think he pitched an idea. Is
learned
that
quite
right?
a
Am I
bit.
wrong on that?
I learned quite a bit. That was.
It didn't make it, by the way.
Just want
to throw that out there.
Our top 5 pitch is actually happening this Wednesday night too, which will be pretty cool. We're excited to see what the top 2 ideas are going to be that are.
Otherwise, it sounds like torture having a lawyer come to speak. I'm sorry, Dan.
Listen to you.
Wasn't. We enjoyed it.
But I'm a young professional.
Okay.
YP Iowa, another connection that we have as our organization, there's the YP Iowa board as a whole that spans the whole state of Iowa. We have Alex Waters as well as another member, Lisa Becker, who works for the city, that both serve on the board for that. And then we act as kind of the hub for the Sioux City YP Iowa division. Not this past fall, but the fall prior to that, we ended up hosting the YP Iowa conference here in Sioux City. That was a great success, great turnout. Young professionals around the state came here, as well as it brought out a lot of young professionals that hadn't already been in Sioux City Go. So it was pretty neat. Civic Committee.
Yeah, so the goal of the Civic Committee is to promote board opportunities as well as connecting with commissions and ways for young professionals to get involved in Siouxland. This can range from getting involved in different nonprofits. So our job is to find what the young professionals are interested in, find a way for them to get involved and kind of make that connection. And I think that's something that leaves an opportunity for coordinating and collaborating with the city. We have 130, 140 active members that are all they're looking for a purpose outside of work. A lot of them are coming here for jobs. They're coming here after college. They don't know a lot of people. They're not connected to Sioux City. Their roots are not here, and we need to find a way to keep them here. We need to find a way to get them engaged, make them enjoy this community, become a part of it, and actually have a little buy-in and get some skin in the game. And I think that's really what we're asking. We're asking for opportunities to how can we get these young professionals engaged in our community, or how can we get them engaged before they leave college so they don't leave and we stop losing young professionals to places like Omaha and Sioux Falls. We want to build Sioux City, but we need some help. We need a little direction from other community members, especially the city council and city members. We need to know what to do. And that's what the Civic Committee is looking to do in coordination, with the council, and that's what we're asking.
Mm-hmm. And I think it's great you're doing that. And I haven't been back to speak on the boards and commissions that we have. And I know that a lot of your members appreciated the fact. I said, you know what, if the boards and commissions, if they have a meeting time like at 7 at night, but that's a time of day when you're going to be with the kids and with the family, talk to them about moving the meeting date. It doesn't have to be at 7 o'clock. We'll meet you halfway on when the boards and commissions, but the boards and commissions are really vital to the city council and to the mayor, serving the mayor, and I think they're good to have. We don't always go with the recommendations, but that would really get them invested in the community as well. And I know, Davidson, you're doing a great job on the Sister City Committee for us, and so we've got those. So I want to keep advocating that, and I'll come back anytime to speak with you and give handouts and talk about the commissions and boards that we have available with vacancies, because we're looking for young professionals to serve on those. And the mayor has been consistent in one thing, and I know we've voted against him, but we've got term limits on the boards and commissions. And if you have young professionals, young people coming in to apply on those boards and commissions, you don't want them to be discouraged because we're making a third or fourth or fifth time appointment for a renewal for someone. It's really difficult because they do great jobs for the most part, but that's something we'll need to address. So I'd like to have you help us put us in that situation where we can start having some transition with some of the boards and commissions.
It would help if you guys sent a recommendation along with that person that applies for a board or commission, your group.
So with that too, we actually just introduced a new initiative last year called Go Get Involved. We like go puns, I don't know why, but Go Get Involved is what it was called. And basically that's what Civic targeted. We were really working to try to bridge that gap so young professionals were getting involved in boards and commissions as well as city nonprofit boards. Because I know a lot of them are looking for those young ideas, fresh creative thoughts. And so that's something that we've really been working on this past year and something that's continuing into this next year.
I want to add to that too, that what we do up here are for you people. Mm-hmm. So we're not going to be around forever, and hopefully what we do will reflect and help you get to where you guys want to go. If you have any good ideas, come to us. We'd be happy to step up and try to help. I mean, to me, that's what it's all about. You know, so the more people you know, the more you can get involved in anything. And for us, because we want to keep the young people here in Sioux City. You guys are our future. So to me, that's what it's all about also.
So just to go through a few of our accomplishments this past year, Go University is one that we had launched a couple of years ago now. It works with students from Briarcliff and Morningside. And it's kind of that way to show them what it's like to be a young professional, not just what it's like to have a big kid job, but the importance of that. Because like Rocky had said, we want them to stay here. It's important to us because it only makes us better having them. So that's one. Murder mystery, I touched on that a little bit, just continuing that growth. And this past year, we also did a New Year's Eve bash, a Young Professionals New Year's Eve, we called it. It was another one of those things. Sioux City Go is good at finding things that, I guess, events or things where people go out of our community to go enjoy, and we like to keep them here. So New Year's Eve is a prime example of that. A lot of young professionals do not stay here for New Year's Eve. They go to Omaha, Des Moines, Lincoln, Sioux Falls, everywhere but here. So this year we had this event and we had 100 young professionals. And the cool thing is that I think maybe 30 of them were actually from Sioux City Go, and then the rest of them were just Sioux City young professionals. So that was pretty neat.
When you do that, baby, have those professionals from Omaha and Sioux Falls come here.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like a long-term goal, we'd like Sioux City to be that destination. It's not going to happen overnight, but that's what we've been doing. We're trying to put in the groundwork now where, a few years down the road that maybe, people from Sioux Falls and Omaha consider Sioux City a destination to go and get out of their town. And that's what we want to do.
And think locally too, Orange City, you've got colleges, Northwestern, Dordt, all those up nearby. They look for, I always hate it, you have people here look for the next biggest town, but it's all the surrounding areas always look for the next biggest town
Right.
too. So
Absolutely.
don't forget those guys.
All right, so together we accomplish more. We encourage young professionals to become active members. We bring together voices from all generations, and our goal is to attract and retain young professionals. So with that, what's next? Sioux City Go has helped fill a majority of the city board and commission positions. We have members serving on steering committees such as a Riverfront Steering Committee that's actually taking place this week. We're ready to make a bigger impact, and then what else can we do? We want to help you make Sioux City the choice for young professionals. So we just want to let you guys all know that we're here. We wanted to provide this little insight on our organization. So if other things, programs, whatever it may be come up in the future, you think of Sioux City Go first.
We will, and we do. Yeah, I agree. What you're doing, you said something like, how can we get young professionals to stay here? You're asking us. I think you've already started it. Really, I think we all probably have a pretty optimistic view of Sioux City and where it's headed in the future. Mm-hmm. And what we need to do is convince young people. You're doing it by the organization that you belong to and your members and all of the activities you sponsor. The more active, the more diverse you get in events, I think you'll bring more people in. I'm the father of 3 young daughters. Well, yeah, not young daughters, but 44, 43, and 40 now. But they left Sioux City after going to college, and I've never been able to get them back. And the city did start a program maybe a dozen years ago, 10 years ago, to try to get our kids and children back in the community. It's a tough thing to do, and that's what I think the council is working so hard at in terms of economic development in the community and housing developments and those types of amenities that get people to want to stay. But what you're doing, don't underplay what you're doing, because you're doing a great job, and just keep after it and take the opportunity to get involved where you can. And in the long run, once you have that vested interest in the community, it'll make a huge difference. So thank you for everything you do.
Thank you. Thank you. We wouldn't be able to have our accomplishments without your support as well.
You're welcome.
No problem.
Yep, thank you. Good presentation.
Thanks.
Very good. Citizen concerns. Are there any citizens that would like to be heard?
Yeah.
Seeing none, council concerns?
Yeah, just a few things. I go quickly. I came back into town a couple meetings ago, and he talked about I-29. and what's going on down there. But when I came into town, it was dark, and when you come in from the south, going north in particular, there's really not a lot of lights, and the thing that was really confusing to me, and I haven't done that in a while, but there is a sign right away into the city limits that says right lane ends, and then there's another sign that says going north. But there are still 3 lanes of traffic all the way up the road. And all of a sudden, when you get by the monument, it really narrows down, and people who are used to it.
Pete, you just said in the MPO by April 1st, they're expecting it to be go to 2 lanes.
Go to 2 lanes, northbound too?
Yes.
Well, that'll solve it. Right now, will help a great deal.
Down to 1.
Right now, there's that 1 lane, and everybody that's in the center or right lane go flying by still at 55 or 60. I was hoping maybe more lights, more signage to warn them that there's only 1 lane of traffic. And we did ask them about striping, and particularly southbound.
And they were doing some work on that, if not last week, the week
Were they?
before. The other thing I've noticed that they're doing is if you're heading southbound at night, because it's so narrow, the headlights are literally trained on the eye of somebody heading southbound. It looks
Yes.
like they're putting up those green light diffusers.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I did see
That should
that.
help that
That
because
should
because somebody who drives that, you're blinded sometimes.
Yes.
Driving through there.
Yeah, I agree. So I didn't know, but I'm glad to hear that. Thank you.
And I guess he didn't say they've said that publicly yet, but they are expected April 1st, so maybe it'll be April 10th or April
Sure,
15th.
sure.
but, Yeah, he brought that up in the
Just,
MPO.
looks a little semi-dangerous to me. I was curious about, and maybe, I don't think there's anybody here, the status of that collapsed building at 1400 Jackson.
I know all about it.
It's been about a month, and
Yep.
good weather's going to get people and kids crawling around, and
What's happening right now, they're waiting for the insurance company. I had just had a discussion with Nicole earlier. One of their problems that we're gonna have to look at is the people that own Select Mart bought that right next door, the one that fell down, and then the next over. So what they're gonna do eventually is tear all of that down, and then they're gonna build there, and Select Mart's gonna stay here until they get built over here, and then it's gonna be a parking lot. Well, their issue now is someone's told them that they could not get their beer license because it was grandfathered in. So we're gonna be checking on that tomorrow. We're gonna call the state and see how that's gonna work out.
The issue has to do with zoning. The zoning was grandfathered in to allow liquor. If they go into a new structure on that site, they will lose their grandfather status and then are located too close to residential. Similar, the Family Dollar across the street isn't allowed to sell alcohol for the same reason.
Well, we're gonna call
But
the
didn't they
state.
sell beer in that grocery store that they ran out of that building to the north? Are they tearing that whole thing down?
Yeah, they have to tear it down.
I don't know if
Didn't
they
they sell
did it.
beer in that?
But because I believe it's because it's a new structure
Oh.
It's gonna be.
and a change of ownership.
The real concern I have is the.
I don't think so. The people that own I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
The people that own the Select Mart right now are also own the, over here.
Somebody
They're building a
else
new
owns what
building.
he's saying. So you'd lose the zoning.
It doesn't seem to be secure in any way, shape, or form, and people can start wandering around in that, and
Our inspections have had discussions with them also.
Okay, good, that's great. And then I was gonna ask, and maybe Glenn knows, I mentioned this a couple of weeks ago too. Did we ever determine what happened to the digital speed signs? The one on Hamilton's been removed altogether, one on Floyd doesn't work. I don't know if it's, I know they're solar powered, I don't know if that's.
Yeah, I'll have to follow up. I think it's just being repaired, but I don't have an actual answer right now.
Yeah, the one on Hamilton is gone completely, and Floyd, about the 2800 block or 29 doesn't work.
Working, okay.
I wanted to just personally acknowledge and thank the city manager, the economic development department, the mayor and Councilman Moore in particular, because of their involvement on the economic development team and all of your efforts in helping to make Siouxland metro area #1 in the nation again for economic development. Marty and your staff do a great job And I think along with that, all city employees and the other communities to acknowledge them in their efforts to be in the first place or in 8 of 10 years is really a significant accomplishment in its previous councils, but it continues today, and everything you do is really important, and you're making the community a lot better in the long run. So then finally, and I imagine somebody else is going to mention this too, the NAIA starts Wednesday, the Women's National Basketball. Well, I've acknowledged that the Bandits are 2-0 now too. That's pretty good.
Close.
Winning brings in people, I hope.
Barely.
Yeah, they were good defense, it looks like, this year, but.
Good defense.
Little coaches that did it.
And along with the NAIA coming to town again, this is the 19th, this is the 25th Women's National Basketball Tournament, but the 19th consecutive time the tournament's been held in Sioux City. And I, in particular, want to thank some sponsoring corporations and companies that stepped up when one of the title sponsors was lost last year. And so a thank you to Mercy and Seaboard Triumph who's just really getting going, but have really shown that they want to be good corporate citizens and have stepped up. And so all that's going on with that and in the community, and 6 GPAC teams, which is the local conference that our 2 colleges in town belong to, they'll both be in it. They have 6 of them there. And I know the mayor's, I don't know if he's sponsoring again this year.
Concordia Bulldogs once again.
Yep, another great team. So I look forward to that tournament. It's always a good time, and thank everybody that's involved in that. And I'm done.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to add to the NAIA. I think we need to really thank our people down at Tyson for all these changeovers that they're doing to get to the NAIA. We have men and women from Adventure and from the Tyson Event Center that work day and night to get these changeovers done. They go from taking ice out to laying a floor for the Bandits game to putting a floor down for the basketball game. And this all takes time, and it takes a lot of energy and a lot of know-how how to do it. So I want to thank everyone out there that does that. I think Tyson and our people there work their butts off. My other thing I want to say is I want to thank Rick Scott from Transit. A friend of mine called, and her son had left a billfold on the bus last week, and I called him. They found it. They had it in the lost and found, and it was all his identification. He had bank statements and everything. He had quite a bit of money in the bank, and everything was fine. So I just want to thank Rick Scott and all his transit people for coming through, and I can't tell you how excited she was with that. Tomorrow I'm going to do Meals on Wheels, so if anybody, you want to deliver anybody, Keith? You're not paying attention. Anyway, I do this every year.
Only the leftovers,
Yeah,
I
only
guess.
the leftovers, yeah.
Only the free ones.
Only the
Not the
free ones,
$3.50 one.
Well, I tell you what, I do this every year, and I tell you what, these people are appreciative, and sometimes you're the only person that comes to see them, and it's hard to get out of there sometimes. Imagine that, the way we talk. So,
Yeah. Imagine that.
Yeah, so I might not see you at noon for our meeting tomorrow for the,
Oh, yeah, the joint.
We got 2 tomorrow. Well, I've got, sorry, I
yeah, we
forgot
got
I have
2.
housing
Well,
trust fund.
Yeah,
Got
we
2
got the
tomorrow for what?
historical
Housing
preservation.
trust. No, that's Thursday. Never
Tomorrow
mind.
at
I'm sorry.
noon.
Yep.
I'm gonna be
And
gone.
where's that? Is that downtown, down in the basement?
4th floor,
Fourth floor,
clock
okay.
tower conference room.
Okay, so I'm done. Thank you.
In addition to all your good news, Pete and Rhonda, May 5th will be our first flight out of Sioux City to go to Dallas-Fort Worth.
Yes.
May 5th?
May 5th.
Oh, yeah, May.
May 5th. And it'll serves over 200 markets and 25 countries. It's really exciting to have that. So I wanted to make mention of that.
What's
Good
even
news.
cooler is May 4th, no more federal
Well, if you-
Central Air Service money.
Well,
Don't
if you
need
ever
it.
spend any time in Dallas-Fort Worth, the airport is really a well-run airport. It's going to be great. It'll be really good.
I agree.
The other thing, my friends at the Art Center,
Taking all my thunder. Everyone take my stuff.
you want to talk about the Art of the Brick?
That's all right, go ahead.
But the numbers are way up. No, no, no,
Well,
no,
they're-
you did.
they're-
I just wanted to congratulate them on the thinking outside of the brick, you know, and
You're funny.
bringing something like this here because it's record attendance for, you like that, come on, Bob.
The mayor's just saying.
Have you
No,
been there yet?
you know I'm an art guy, Keith.
Yeah.
What's going on down
No,
there?
you love the arts.
The art of the brick at the art center is just, the numbers are way up. I mean, way, way up, and
So,
it's a great deal.
It's neat to have everyone
I
excited.
didn't get
about
one of those. I must be off their mailing list.
You want-
Well, would you like to
have an
borrow
extra-
mine?
I have about 3 or 4 of
No,
these.
that's okay. I'm good.
Gosh, I don't want the mayor to be left out. Oh, that's all I have, Mayor.
And you don't want to leave out that art center classes are starting soon.
That's
So-
up to the
I've
mayor.
got that.
Oh, is that no, the mayor was going to cover
Well, the
that.
mayor should have.
Yeah.
Fluffy again.
So I had those odor control, York and Floyd. Have we negotiated something with?
Yeah.
Where are we moving? Okay, we're close.
We've talked with the vendor, and we're waiting for them to send us an amended contract.
Are we seeking any other potential bids just for?
Their contract expires, I think it's April 30th of 17. So between now and then, we will look for others. We've changed the odor control hotline, so it goes directly to an operator at the wastewater plant now.
When we have
Well-
something figured out, can we let the chamber know immediately as well?
Sure.
That we're moving forward with
We've
something?
made several changes. There's going to be a form on the city website, so if somebody chooses or wants to use, the web as a means for letting us know about an odor concern, they can sure do that. And we're just in the beginning stages of making sure that this new number is published. You'll see a scroll across the top of the city website, other than when there's emergencies. So that'll be going, it probably is already going right now, and that number's published on there. But we will have a memo to you folks with all the changes in the very short term here. I just wanted to make sure Jim had a chance to get his feet under him a little bit on those changes, so when we share them with you guys, that they're solid.
All right, then, like you said, just inform the chamber at the same time when you
Sure.
are informing us as to what we're moving forward with,
Sure.
because it's
Happy to.
been a concern that's been brought up many times. I did want to bring up in our MPO meeting, we did talk, like the interstate 2-lane deal, but the main thing I wanted to bring up from the MPO was the trail funding that was secured for that riverfront connector. It's kind of the first time ever that they're borrowing against the future on that. So it's kind of a neat deal to have that happen for this project. I guess it just shows the overwhelming community support to get that done, or maybe it's just the incredible power of our Parks and Rec director, I guess, the honeymoon stage. I also want to bring up at the Convention Center, March 12th from 11 to 4. It's called the Good News Spectacular. It's brought on by Child Evangelism Fellowship. It's free. You can take your kids. It's a really neat deal. It's always packed, but it's a great deal to take your kids to here in Sioux City. Thanks.
Peterson subdivision, did we get stop signs up out there?
Was it irony that our employee scene had something about dealing with debt on the day we do the budget?
I'll have to follow up. I passed that along. I haven't checked.
You did, I'm sorry.
I passed along the request that the developer had.
Well, I think,
You're talking about the side street stop signs with the street name signs?
I just hope we get that done. I know there aren't houses there, but you're not gonna sell lots without stop signs. And you don't wanna not have stop signs if somebody's looking at a lot and then think they can come out onto that main
Right.
street.
Right.
So I'd hope that would be a real priority here.
I thought it had been done, but.
It may have, I just
by
wanna
the-
make,
Yeah.
I just wanna make sure, so you make sure it's, Do we not have a flagpole up, the guy, there's a Dan from Tires, and it's a legitimate deal, but do we not have a flagpole with a flag visible from the interstate next to the Sergeant Floyd? And if not, could we look
I
at,
thought we do.
I think so, pretty
he
sure.
said it's not very big, is it?
Yep, it's not huge, but it's visible.
Yeah,
It is visible. Okay.
Well, does somebody raise it every day?
Wanna go home?
Anything else? I move we adjourn.
Second?
Redding.
Aye.
Scott.
Aye.
Capron. Hopkins.
Hi.
Moore.
Road.